evening, and a very warm welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is a gentle sanctuary, a place where we embrace quiet knowledge while slowly drifting toward the soft embrace of sleep. Here, our thoughtful stories share the wonders of existence, guiding your mind into rest without effort or hurry and without the noise of the world. Before we begin this journey, I would love to hear where in the world you are listening from tonight, and what time the clock shows in your corner of the earth. Whether you are wrapped in heavy blankets as the night grows deeper, or watching the sky soften with the first light of early morning, you are cherished and very welcome here. Tonight's story takes us on a slow and curious journey through the living landscape of your own body. We will explore the magnificent systems that work in silent harmony, the intricate dance of your heart, your breath, and the quiet wisdom that keeps you whole. As you listen to these words, allow your shoulders to relax, your jaw to soften, and your breath to deepen into its natural rhythm. There is nothing you need to remember tonight, and nothing you need to understand perfectly. Simply let the ideas pass by gently, like soft clouds drifting across a moonlit sky. If you find comfort in these slow and thoughtful journeys, you are always welcome to like this video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this calm little space grow, guiding others to find a peaceful place to rest and heal as well. Now, settle comfortably into the heart of your bed, feeling the weight of the day lift as you take a slow, deep breath in, and then gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to become heavy, and the noise of the world to fade into the distance. Leave behind whatever no longer needs your attention, and drift toward a calm and restful night. Now we begin our journey into the quiet and fascinating story of you, and the miraculous systems that shape the very essence of your life. Deepening your understanding of the human body is, in many ways, an investment in your own profound well-being. The more familiar you become with the intricate ways your body breathes and moves, the more likely you are to make choices that tenderly support your health. Recognize the quiet, early signs of illness, and respond with grace. This inner wisdom becomes a sanctuary when you navigate the endless stream of information about nutrition, the mysteries of pharmaceuticals, and the ever-shifting landscape of medical technology and genetic stories. Eventually, as part of the natural rhythm of life, no one remains entirely untouched by change. At some point, something may falter, and in those moments, having insight into your own physiology can make you a more competent and compassionate parent, partner, friend, colleague, or caregiver. The human body is far from a simple machine. It is a magnificent and complex tapestry woven from cells that group into tissues, which then blossom into organs organized into vast, living systems. For the body to exist in harmony, these components must not only function effectively on their own, but also dance in perfect coordination with one another. Many organs wear more than one hat, contributing to multiple systems through their unique and versatile abilities. Most of us are most familiar with the organ level of our biological organization, as this is where our daily experiences of health and sensation often reside. You might feel the soft ache of a stomach, the sudden stillness of a broken bone, or hear of a journey through lung disease or skin cancer, each condition highlighting how deeply our sense of health is tied to these structures. An organ is, at its heart, a structure crafted from different types of tissue working in unison to perform a vital task that serves the entire body as a whole. When several organs join their forces to fulfill related goals, they form an organ system, carrying out the broader physiological roles of life. Consider the digestive system, where the stomach intestines, and liver coordinate in a quiet ritual to process nourishment and extract the essence of life. Although we will not trouble ourselves with tables or rigid lists, you should know that each system includes specific organs tailored to its particular functions. In our reflection tonight, we have grouped these systems into 3 overarching categories: those involved in control, those dedicated to the maintenance of cells, and those providing steady support. These are not rigid classifications, but rather a helpful filing system for the mind. Much like the reproductive system, which governs the complex choreography of new life, while also managing the very cells required for that sacred process. The true lesson is not to become lost in which box an organ belongs to, but to realize that just as organs collaborate, systems interact in a continuous, loving dialogue. Every aspect of your design, from the smallest molecule to the largest system, is interconnected in a web of life. We often study these parts in isolation, peering at cells through a lens or examining a single organ, yet none of them operates in a silent vacuum. Think of how a condition like diabetes, an endocrine disorder, alters blood glucose levels and causes consequences to ripple outward. Wound healing may slow as the immune system struggles. The kidneys belonging to the urinary system may feel the strain, and the cardiovascular system may suffer, leading even to a loss of vision as the delicate vessels of the eyes are damaged. The body does not compartmentalize the way a textbook or a lecture might, for it is a singular, breathing alliance. Even the act of assigning an organ to one specific system can feel slightly artificial, as most organs moonlight in more than one role. The liver, for instance, does not confine its magic to digestion alone, but also serves as an endocrine guardian and a detoxifying center. So, while we use these systems and categories to navigate the vast landscape of human anatomy, it is wise to remember that in the end, everything is connected. Each system carries out specific responsibilities, and for the sake of study, we look at them one at a time. But in real life, they form a biological alliance. They coordinate their actions to help the body maintain homeostasis, which is that stable internal peace despite the fluctuations of the world outside. Consider the gentle regulation of water, where the cardiovascular, urinary, and lymphatic systems all lend a hand in an ongoing negotiation. The cardiovascular and lymphatic systems transport fluids and stay attuned to the levels of solids and water, regulating pressure with quiet precision. If your internal tides climb too high, the urinary system compensates by producing more dilute urine to expel the excess, and if they drop, it does the opposite, conserving what remains. Temperature control is another beautiful example of this collaboration, involving the cardiovascular, integumentary, respiratory, and muscular systems. When you overheat, blood vessels near the skin widen to promote heat loss, and as sweat evaporates, it cools your being. Rapid breathing also assists by releasing excess heat, which explains why, during exercise, you breathe heavily and develop a red hue. That heavy breathing performs a double duty, supplying oxygen to hardworking muscles while clearing out their carbon dioxide. If the temperature drops too far, the response flips, as blood vessels in the skin constrict to preserve core heat, reducing flow to your limbs. Muscles shiver and contract to generate warmth, and the fine hairs on your skin stand up, a symbolic attempt to trap a layer of insulating air. These responses account for the chills, goosebumps, and numb fingers that come with the cold. Calcium regulation is another tightly monitored song, overseen by the endocrine system, as calcium is required for the heart to beat, for muscles to contract, and for cells to communicate. We obtain this mineral from our diet, and the small intestine handles its absorption while the parathyroid and thyroid glands step into their supervisory roles. When blood calcium dips too low, the parathyroid gland releases a hormone that instructs the kidneys to retain it and the bones to release it. When levels rise too high, the thyroid responds with calcitonin, telling the kidneys to release more in the urine and slowing the production of vitamin D to reduce absorption. Meanwhile, cells in the bones take that excess calcium and put it to use in building your frame. This regulatory story continues with blood glucose, where the pancreas and liver work in tandem to maintain equilibrium. If glucose drops, pancreatic cells release glucagon, prompting the liver to break down glycogen into glucose, a process known as glycogenolysis. The glucose then re-enters the golden stream of your circulation, becoming available as gentle energy for every waiting cell. When the levels of glucose rise too high, the pancreas breathes out insulin instead, a quiet signal that encourages the conversion of sugar into glycogen. This process, known as glycogenesis, allows the liver to store this sweetness for a time when you might need it in the future. Even the soft pangs of hunger play their part in this harmony, for when your blood sugar is low, the nervous and digestive systems conspire to make you uncomfortably aware of the void. Your stomach may grumble with a soft insistence, a signal that prompts you to eat and correct the deficit of energy. In all of these sacred rhythms, from the regulation of water and temperature to the balance of calcium and glucose, multiple systems cooperate in an act of master teamwork. The central nervous system, or the CNS, is the quiet core of your being, composed of the brain and the spinal cord. Both are cradled with immense care, protected by bone, delicate membranes, and the soft cushion of fluid. The brain, housed snugly within the cranial cavity, reveals three major parts known as the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and the brainstem. This system also reaches out through cranial and spinal nerves, which serve as the primary channels for all your internal communication. Its purpose is threefold: to collect sensory input, to integrate that hidden information, and to send out the motor commands that move you through the world. Sensory input is gathered by neurons, those excitable workhorses supported by the gentle presence of glial cells and synapses. Neurons transmit their impulses from sensory receptors to the central hub, where the brain processes the data in a function reserved for its cerebral depth. After this integration, motor output occurs as the brain and spinal cord dispatch impulses to your muscles and glands. While the central nervous system acts as the control center, it works in a close embrace with the peripheral nervous system, or the PNS. The PNS is a sprawling network of nerves that connect the rest of your body back to the central core. Within this network, sensory receptors detect every change in your internal and external environments, sending news through afferent nerves. The response is then carried back out through efferent nerves, completing the silent circle of awareness. The peripheral nervous system is further divided into the autonomic system, which governs involuntary wonders like the heartbeat and digestion. These two systems interact continuously, sharing their nerve pathways in a relationship of deep cooperation. The central nervous system is not merely a switchboard for messages, for it may even generate activity independently of the senses. It behaves like an autonomous realm, something beautiful to ponder the next time you move your body before a thought even forms. When the central nervous system is damaged or peripheral nerves are trapped, a wide range of dysfunctions may arise. These can manifest as a lopsided smile, weakened limbs, or even subtle changes in how the lungs, bladder, or heart perform their duties. Headaches, sinus troubles, and sore throats may all find their roots in such neural disruptions. For even the strongest muscles can atrophy if the nerves connecting them are impaired. The very structure of a neuron reflects its destiny to process and transmit the light of information. Every neuron has a soma, or cell body, which contains the nucleus and handles the synthesis of proteins. Extending from this center are dendrites, branching out like the limbs of a tree to receive the whispers of other cells. The axon is a thin, cable-like projection that carries impulses away from the center, sometimes stretching over a meter from your spine to your toes. At its origin, the axon hillock stands as the most excitable part of the neuron, the place where the nerve impulse typically begins its journey. The axon ends at a specialized terminal, designed to release neurotransmitters and speak to the cells that wait beyond. Though we often imagine these parts having rigid roles, the reality of the nervous system is much more flexible and complex. In the central nervous system, these delicate fibers are often only a micrometer thick, while the longest sensory neurons in a human can stretch over 1.5 meters. We have learned much of this from the giant axon of the squid, a marvel of nature that is 0.5 millimeter thick. Functionally, neurons are categorized as sensory afferent neurons bringing news in, motor efferent neurons carrying signals out, and interneurons connecting the spaces in between. Neurons can be excitatory, activating their targets with glutamate or acetylcholine, or inhibitory, suppressing activity with GABA or glycine. There are also modulatory neurons that do not simply turn things on or off, but instead fine-tune the body's responses with dopamine and serotonin. Each synapse, the junction where two neurons meet, performs a mathematical balancing act called summation to determine if a signal will fire. Alongside this electrical web sits the endocrine system, a network of ductless glands that release hormones directly into your bloodstream. These hormones are chemical messengers, traveling through the circulatory system to distant cells that interpret their silent code. It may seem improbable that a tiny chemical could trigger a response so far from its origin, yet it happens reliably in every moment of your life. Without these messengers, growth, temperature, reproduction, and metabolism would all cease their rhythm. The endocrine system establishes a deep connection from the hypothalamus in the brain to virtually every organ you possess. It secretes two main types of hormones: the steroidal lipid-based messengers and the non-steroidal protein-based signals. Each one carries a specific key to a specific lock, ensuring that the dance of your physiology continues in perfect, balanced time. The regulation of your inner chemistry is a delicate art, typically managed through the quiet whispers of negative feedback mechanisms. When hormonal levels begin to rise, the body responds by gently dialing back their production to maintain a perfect, steady state. There are rare moments when this pattern changes, such as the powerful journey of childbirth, but most of your hormonal life is governed by this stabilizing circular loop. Other influences, including the vigilant responses of your immune system, also help to guide these levels toward balance. It is helpful here to distinguish between the glands that serve your body. For exocrine glands like those that produce sweat, saliva, or milk use small ducts to deliver their gifts to the outside or into specific spaces. These are distinct from the endocrine system, which lacks ducts entirely and instead releases its essence directly into the fluid between cells or into the flowing bloodstream. The major players in this endocrine symphony include the pituitary, the thyroid, and the parathyroid glands, alongside the adrenal glands, the pancreas, and the gonads. The pituitary gland, often called the master of this system, rests attached to the hypothalamus in the lower part of the brain. The thyroid, shaped like two soft lobes connected by a narrow bridge, sits just below your throat, while the 4 tiny parathyroid glands are tucked safely behind it. Each adrenal gland rests like a small crown atop a kidney, possessing an outer cortex and an inner heart tract known as the medulla. The pancreas follows the gentle curve of the stomach, and the gonads, the ovaries in females and testes in males, reside within the protective cradle of the pelvic cavity. A hormone, in its simplest form, is a chemical signal that allows one cell to reach out and influence another, even across a great distance. These hormones enter the vast extracellular space, diffusing into the tiny capillaries to hitch a ride through the bloodstream toward their destined targets. Their sacred task is to modulate the activity of specific cells, maintaining internal balance, overseeing growth, and guiding the long cycles of development and reproduction. While both the endocrine and nervous systems strive to coordinate your body, their methods are as different as a flash of lightning and a slow-moving tide. The nervous system uses neurotransmitters for nearly instant effects that are fast but fleeting. Hormones, in contrast, take their time to act, lasting anywhere from seconds to many days, and their influence is widespread and persistent as long as they remain in your circulation. Reproduction is the profound way that living organisms create more of themselves, marking the beautiful boundary between the living and the non-living. Though an individual may thrive without it, this ritual is essential for the continuation of the species as a whole. In the human version of this biological dance, 2 cells are required, the sperm from the male and the secondary oocyte from the female. It is only after the moment of fertilization that this oocyte officially earns the title of an egg, a tiny detail often overlooked in the story of life. Both the male and female systems are specialized to produce, nourish, and transport these seeds of life, though their forms are arranged differently within the body. The male system includes the testes where life begins, and a series of ducts like the epididymis and vas deferens that transport and mature the sperm. Along this journey, glands like the seminal vesicles and the prostate contribute fluids that create semen, a medium that protects and energizes the sperm with nutrients like fructose. The tiny, pea-sized bulbourethral glands also play their part, lubricating the path and ensuring a safe passage. The testes, housed safely in the scrotum, are responsible not only for these cells, but also for the synthesis of testosterone. When sperm meets the oocyte, fertilization typically takes place within the sanctuary of the fallopian tubes, where 2 gametes unite to form the beginning of a new individual. The female reproductive system is a place of deep nourishment and protection, producing oocytes and secreting the hormones that define its rhythm. It receives the spark of life, protects the fertilized egg through the long months of pregnancy, and eventually delivers the child into the world. The ovaries, located on either side of the uterus, house the follicles that may be released during the monthly cycle. The fallopian tubes reach out toward these ovaries, acting as a bridge to transport the oocyte toward the muscular, pear-shaped uterus. Within the uterus, divided into the fundus and the cervix, the miracle of fetal development unfolds during gestation. From the internal sanctuary of the vagina to the external structures of the vulva, every part of this choreography is designed for the shared goal of continuing the human story through the merging of 2 lives into one. These delicate parts are deeply woven with nerves, contributing their own silent song to the rhythms of arousal and pleasure. The perineum, that quiet space between the vaginal opening and the anus, provides a foundation for the pelvic floor muscles, which carry the weight of life and may be moved during the journey of childbirth. Above the heart, the mammary glands rest upon the pectoral muscles, and though they are not part of the internal reproductive tract, they play a vital role in the story of life by nourishing the infant with milk. While the male and female systems follow their own distinct paths, they share foundational history, developing from the same embryonic tissues and responding to the same hormonal signals that announce the arrival of puberty. The primary difference lies in the nature of how they create the seeds of the future. For while males produce sperm continuously once they reach maturity, females are born with a finite and sacred number of gametes. By the 5th month of life within the womb, a female's ovaries have already formed millions of cells, which pause their development in a quiet, long-lasting arrest. This stillness continues from the moment of birth until the dawn of puberty, when the menstrual cycle begins its monthly tide. Each month, usually just one of these cells awakens to continue its journey, waiting once more for the spark of fertilization to complete its final transformation into a mature egg. A newborn begins with about 1 million of these potential lives, but by the time she reaches puberty, the number has softened to less than half. Over the course of her reproductive years, only a few hundred will ever be released to the world, while the others gently fade away as the years pass by. Our experience of reality is a tapestry woven entirely by our senses, the physiological channels that allow us to hear, feel, and interpret the world around and within us. Though we often speak of the familiar 5, our sensory system is a much more complex landscape, with neurologists suggesting we possess at least 7 or perhaps many more. These senses are divided into those that perceive the dance of the external world, such as smell and taste, and those interoceptors that monitor the quiet internal sea of blood pressure and glucose. Sensory experience is deeply personal and subjective, for what delights one palate might be rejected by another, as the brain interprets every signal through the unique lens of biology and memory. Taste and smell are the twin senses of chemoreception, relying on specialized receptors that respond to the hidden chemistry of our environment. Taste is sensed by tiny buds distributed across the tongue, the soft palate, and even the throat, sending their signals through 3 separate cranial nerves to reach the brain. These signals travel from the front of the tongue through the facial nerve, from the rear through the glossopharyngeal nerve, and from the deep throat via the vagus nerve. All of your taste buds are capable of detecting every flavor, though they reside on different types of papillae, some shaped like tiny mushrooms and others forming ridges at the back of the tongue. Smell operates on a similar principle, as airborne molecules dissolve into the moist lining of the nose to trigger the olfactory receptors. Remarkably, much of what we perceive as the flavor of life is actually derived from our sense of smell, which is why food loses its vibrancy when a cold clouds the senses. We carry hundreds of functional genes for odor receptors, yet each of us smells the world a little differently based on our genetic heritage. Every olfactory neuron in your nose is a specialist, expressing only one type of receptor that acts like a lock waiting for a specific chemical key. Some believe these receptors recognize the shape of a molecule, while others suggest they identify only tiny fragments, or perhaps even the subtle vibrations of the atoms themselves. In the quiet sanctuary of the nasal cavity, millions of these neurons stretch out tiny hairs into the mucus layer to catch the passing sense. When a molecule binds to a receptor, it triggers a delicate chemical cascade, opening channels that allow ions to flow and generating a signal that travels to the brain. These axons converge in the olfactory bulb, forming spherical clusters that organize the sense into a coherent map for the mind. These receptor neurons are the primary translators of the chemical world, though they do not last forever, constantly renewing themselves to keep your connection to the world fresh and clear. Neural receptor neurons in the nose do not last forever, yet they possess a rare and quiet magic, for they are replaced roughly every 40 days by neural stem cells. This continuous regeneration is one of the few known examples of adult neurogenesis in the central nervous system, making the olfactory world a focal point for those who study how the brain heals and grows. Axons from these neurons converge in the olfactory bulb to meet with mitral cells, which relay information to the higher regions of the brain where an odor is woven into a coherent perception. Because most molecules contain multiple features, your brain can recognize a vast array of smells from relatively few receptor types. The sense of smell is strongly linked to memory, particularly echoes of emotion, because of its anatomical closeness to the limbic system and the hippocampus. This relationship explains why a single scent can so powerfully evoke a past experience or a place you once loved. While many animals use a separate structure called the vomeronasal organ to detect pheromones, the existence of this organ in humans remains a subject of gentle debate. Our experience of flavor involves far more than taste alone, as it is a trinity of taste, smell, and the trigeminal sensations that detect temperature and texture. While our basic tastes are limited to sweet, sour, bitter, and umami, the thousands of scents we associate with food are mostly olfactory in nature. This is why food seems bland when the nose is congested, and why the sense of smell plays such a central role in appetite. As the years pass, this sense often diminishes, which can affect the nutritional health of the elderly, and requires our soft attention and care. The journey into our inner world leads us to the silent sanctuary of the inner ear, where the cochlea, the sacred organ of hearing, and the vestibular apparatus, the guardian of balance, are nestled. These structures are held within the densest bone of your entire body, protected with a strength that reflects their importance. Within the cochlea lie three fluid-filled chambers: the vestibular canal, the tympanic canal, and the middle duct, where waves of movement begin their transformation into sound. As the tiny stapes bone moves against the oval window, it creates gentle ripples in this inner sea, stimulating the hair cells within the organ of Corti. High-frequency notes strike the base of this spiral, while lower, deeper sounds travel further toward the apex to find their resonance. The strength of this stimulation depends on the volume of the world around you, sending neural signals through the auditory nerve to be processed first in the spiral ganglion. We are typically attuned to hear vast range, from 20 to 20,000 hertz, though the highest notes often fade as we age. Teenagers have even been known to use these secret, high-pitched tones to communicate beyond the reach of older ears. Alongside hearing, the inner ear manages your balance through the three semicircular canals and the vestibule, which detect every tilt of your head and every movement relative to the gravity of the earth. Inside these chambers, tall, column-like hair cells are crowned with tiny cilia that bend with the fluid's motion, whispering to the brain exactly where you are in space. Resting lightly against these cilia is the tectorial membrane, which oscillates with every vibration and opens the gates for ions to enter the cells. Unlike other neurons that fire in flashes, these hair cells respond with graded potentials, their signals waxing and waning with the strength of the stimulus. The outer hair cells even exhibit a muscle-like behavior, amplifying the quietest whispers of the world while stepping aside for the louder sounds. This mechanical dance is so precise that the brain can fine-tune what you hear through efferent signals that reach back down into the ear. Within the brain, the primary auditory cortex handles the raw pitch and rhythm, while Wernicke's area interprets the meaning of speech, and the Gnostic area synthesizes all your senses into a single unified perception. 1. The speed of sound changes in the silence of the water, where hearing is conducted mainly through your bones, and the direction of sound becomes a mystery. In the air, however, your brain is a master of localization, using tiny differences in timing and volume between your two ears to estimate where a sound begins. Some who walk in darkness use a form of human echolocation, interpreting returning echoes to navigate their surroundings with remarkable grace. This sense of equilibrium is managed by a fluid called endolymph, and when this system is disturbed, it can lead to the swirling sensation of dizziness or nausea. Even astronauts in the silence of orbit feel this conflict as their senses adapt to the lack of gravity. A reminder that we are children of the earth. Touch is the very first sense to blossom in the womb, and the last to fade into the night. It is our most primal connection to existence, and our most expansive, with 5 million sensory cells, making the skin not only the largest organ, but one of the most intricate. We possess mechanoreceptors for pressure, thermoreceptors for warmth and cold, and nociceptors to warn us of pain. The Pacinian corpuscles, shaped like tiny onions, reside deep in the tissues to sense gross pressure and rapid vibrations, firing only when the world shifts and quickly adapting to steady pressure. Closer to the surface, the Meissner's corpuscles wait in the fingertips, palms and lips to detect the lightest touch and the subtle textures of life. These receptors are the storytellers of our tactile world, firing quickly when first touched and then falling silent as they adapt to the sensation. Every inch of your skin is a map of potential feeling, waiting to translate the physical world into the language of the mind. Vision is a collaborative effort between the eyes and the brain, a partnership that transforms the light of the world into meaning. While the eyes capture the stimuli, the cerebral cortex processes at least a third of the incoming visual information. The human eye is a small, elongated sphere, nestled safely within a protective bony socket of the skull. It is composed of 3 concentric layers known as the sclera, the choroid, and the retina. The outermost layer, the sclera, is a tough and fibrous tissue that gives the eye its shape, and its visible part is the familiar white of the eye. At the front, the sclera becomes transparent to form the cornea, which acts as a lens to bend and focus the incoming light. Beneath the sclera lies the choroid, a thin and vascular layer that supplies oxygen and nourishment to the retinodite. It contains pigmented cells that prevent light from scattering, ensuring your vision remains clear and sharp. Light passes through the opening of the pupil, whose size is regulated by the iris as it contracts in brightness or dilates in the dim light of evening. Immediately behind the pupil is the lens, composed of proteins called crystallins, which adjusts its shape through the movement of ciliary muscles to focus light upon the retina. Together, these parts make up the uvea, a term inspired by its dark and wrinkled appearance, much like a grape. To keep images clear, the brain constantly adjusts the position of the eyes in response to your head movements, ensuring that the world remains centered on the fovea, the most sensitive part of your gaze. With 2 eyes, coordination becomes even more critical, as both must aim precisely to avoid the confusion of double vision. These movements are controlled by striated muscles that are faster and more refined than any others in your body. This coordination allows for depth perception, the ability to see the world in 3 dimensions and judge the distance between yourself and the horizon. Alongside sight, the ear serves as both a detector of sound and a regulator of your balance and orientation. It accomplishes this through mechanoreceptors, specialized hair cells that respond to the smallest physical movements within the inner ear. The ear is divided into 3 main regions: the outer, the middle, and the inner ear. The outer ear includes the pinna, which gathers sound, and the ear canal, where glands produce wax to trap the dust of the world. The outer ear ends at the tympanic membrane, which vibrates in response to the arrival of sound waves. Behind this eardrum, the middle ear houses the 3 smallest bones in the human body: the hammer, the anvil, and the stirrup. These bones form a delicate chain that transmits vibrations from the air into the fluid of the inner ear. The stapes, the smallest bone of all, presses against the oval window to set the inner sea into motion. Finally, the middle ear is connected to the back of the throat by the eustachian tube, which helps to equalize the pressure between your inner world and the outside environment. This cavity is lined with a soft mucosa and ventilated through the nose, forming a system that regulates pressure and keeps your hearing clear. Every part of this intricate design works in silent teamwork to keep you connected to the sounds and the balance of the life around you. When the stimulus is finally removed and the corpuscle returns to its resting shape, another gentle burst of action potentials is generated. This phenomenon, known as sensory adaptation, explains why we often stop noticing the familiar feeling of clothing against our skin. However, these corpuscles do not detect the sting of pain, for that job is reserved for free nerve endings, which are unencapsulated and widely distributed through your tissues. The Ruffini corpuscles, named after the histologist Angelo Ruffini, serve primarily as thermoreceptors and slowly adapting sensors that respond to the stretching of your skin. These spindle-shaped receptors help you detect the position and movement of your fingers, a quiet but essential part of the fine motor control that allows you to interact with the world with such precision. The circulatory system is the tireless guardian of your life, delivering oxygen and nutrients to every cell while sweeping away carbon dioxide and metabolic waste. It regulates your internal pH, distributes the cells of your immune system, and supports countless physiological processes that keep you whole. When the system falters, often through the slow and progressive deterioration of the arteries, the consequences can be serious. Yet the heart remains a resilient wonder. Technically, this system includes the heart, blood, and the lymphatic vessels, though we often use the terms circulatory and cardiovascular interchangeably to describe this vast network. Your heart, about the size of a closed fist, begins its rhythmic song within weeks of conception, and continues unceasingly until the very end. Over an average lifetime, your heart may beat around 3 billion times, pumping blood through an estimated 60,000 miles of vessels. The blood itself is a river of life, carrying hormones and immune agents while transporting waste products away for disposal. Anatomically, the heart is a hollow organ made of cardiac muscle, a unique tissue found nowhere else in your body, sitting peacefully in the thoracic cavity between your lungs. This muscle is self-exciting, meaning it initiates its own contractions, though its rhythm can be whispered to by the nervous and endocrine systems during times of exertion or rest. Arteries carry the blood away from the heart, their thick walls designed to withstand the high pressure of each life-giving surge. Small branches called arterioles lead into the vast capillary networks, where they contract or dilate to regulate the flow and pressure of your blood. Though they are barely visible to the eye, they play a monumental role in your internal regulation. Capillaries are the smallest of all vessels, forming a widespread connection so thorough that no cell in your body is more than 50 micrometers away from one. Their walls consist of a single layer of cells, making them the perfect site for oxygen and nutrients to pass into your tissues, while waste products like carbon dioxide re-enter the blood. These capillaries are organized into beds that open and close based on the needs of your body, a process of self-regulation that ensures every tissue receives exactly what it requires. Veins return the blood to the heart, carrying about 70% of your body's blood volume at any given moment. Because they operate under lower pressure, veins rely on the movement of your surrounding skeletal muscles to help push blood upward against the pull of gravity. Many veins contain one-way valves to prevent backflow, ensuring the journey back to the heart is steady and sure. The internal channel of these vessels is called the lumen, and they possess a thin muscular layer that allows them to contract slightly when more blood is needed. Venulas, the smallest of the veins, collect blood from the capillary beds, and pass it along to the larger vessels, completing this vast and efficient cycle that works without pause. The respiratory system is equally indispensable, ensuring that oxygen enters your being and carbon dioxide is expelled with every breath. This coordinated effort moves air through the respiratory tract, which is divided into an upper and a lower section. The upper tract includes the nostrils, nasal cavities, and the larynx, while the lower tract comprises the trachea, bronchi, and the lungs themselves. As air travels inward, it is warmed, moistened, and filtered by the coarse hairs in your nostrils and the mucus-producing cells within your nasal cavity. Tiny structures called cilia sweep away debris, ensuring that the air reaching your lungs is pure and tempered. From the nasal cavity, air passes through the pharynx and into the larynx, or voice box, which contains the vocal cords that vibrate to produce your unique sound. Here, a cartilage flap called the epiglottis acts as a guardian, closing over the trachea during swallowing to prevent food from entering your airway. From the larynx, the air moves into the trachea, a tube held open by incomplete rings of cartilage that allow for flexibility and strength. These rings are open at the back, where a band of smooth muscle allows the trachea to constrict when needed, guiding the breath deeper into the sanctuary of the lungs. The trachea is lined with a delicate ciliated epithelium that secretes mucus, acting as a final filter for the air you breathe. This pathway ends at the carina, where it splits into the right and left primary bronchi to enter the sanctuary of the lungs. These bronchi branch repeatedly into smaller and smaller passages, moving from secondary to tertiary levels, and finally becoming tiny bronchioles. As these pathways narrow, the protective cartilage fades away and is replaced by smooth muscle, leading the breath into the terminal and respiratory bronchioles. Finally, the air reaches the alveolar ducts in the alveoli, those tiny hollow sacs that serve as the functional units of your breath, lined by simple squamous cells known as type 1 pneumocytes. These alveoli allow for a rapid and silent gas exchange. Type 2 pneumocytes secrete surfactant, a magical substance that reduces surface tension and prevents these fragile sacs from collapsing upon themselves. Within your chest, there are approximately 30 million alveoli, clustered within the cone-shaped organs we call the lungs. The right lung is larger, divided into 3 lobes by horizontal and oblique fissures, while the left lung has only 2 lobes and a small notch to accommodate the heart. Each lung is enveloped by a visceral pleural membrane, while the chest cavity is lined with a parietal layer, with a thin film of fluid between them to reduce friction during every rise and fall of your chest. The respiratory system supports 4 key processes of life: ventilation through breathing, external respiration between the lungs and blood, internal respiration between blood and tissues, and cellular respiration within the cells. Beyond delivering oxygen and removing carbon dioxide, this system helps regulate the pH of your blood and defends against the invaders of the world. Your ability to speak, to sing, to cough, or to let out a long and peaceful sigh all depends on this delicately balanced choreography. From the tiny cilia in your nose to the surfactant in your lungs, this system ensures that you are never left breathless. The immune system is your body's silent defense infrastructure, a diligent guardian against a world teeming with invisible pathogens. It operates through 2 main strategies: the non-specific innate immunity and the specific adaptive immunity. Innate immunity acts like a fence around your home, keeping everyone out, whether they are friend or foe, without discrimination. This broad defense includes mechanical barriers like the skin and mucous membranes, which form a physical blockade against the outside world. Mucus in the respiratory tract moves unwanted particles toward the digestive system, and tears flush irritants from your eyes in an efficient ritual of cleansing. Chemical defenders add another layer of protection, as cytokines are secreted by cells to combat pathogens and suppress viral replication. One notable cytokine, the interferon, prompts cells to produce antiviral substances, while interleukin-1 can induce a fever as a biological signal that something is amiss. The complement system is a cascade of 20 proteins that follow one another, like a row of falling dominoes, to produce inflammation and target invaders. Inflammation itself announces its presence through swelling, redness, heat, and pain. All signs that your body is increasing blood flow to bring repair materials to a site of damage. Histamine and heparin released by mast cells take the lead, dilating vessels and slowing clotting, so that phagocytes can rush in to clean the debris. Adaptive immunity moves from this general approach to targeted strikes, identifying and remembering specific pathogens for the future. In this cell-mediated journey, T lymphocytes take center stage, becoming activated when they encounter specific molecular fragments called epitopes. Each cell carries receptors that bind directly to these fragments, initiating a targeted response with the help of MHC molecules. MHC class 1 molecules wave a flag on the surface of infected cells, signaling the immune system to destroy the threat from within. MHC class 2 molecules appear on specialized cells to present invaders from the outside, acting as a call to arms for other immune cells to coordinate their defense. Which organ is the most important in the human body is a question often debated between the heart and the brain. Yet, rarely does anyone nominate the gastrointestinal tract, even though it spans over 30 feet and is so central to life that its failure can unravel your health. A more accurate version of the old saying might be that you are what you digest and absorb. This is the very essence of the gastrointestinal system, a long and winding journey of digestion and absorption that sustains every other part of your being. Together, these silent processes allow your body to transform a simple sandwich or a fresh salad into usable fuel, delivering the very essence of life to trillions of waiting cells. The gastrointestinal tract is a long and continuous journey, a winding tube that begins at the mouth and ends at the anus, passing through the esophagus, the stomach, and the small and large intestines. Although it may not be the most aesthetically pleasing collection of organs, its importance to your existence is profound. If you imagine the body as a donut, then the digestive tract is the hole in the center, technically remaining outside your internal environment, even as it performs its vital internal functions. Even before the first bite reaches your lips, the mere sight or smell of food can trigger the flow of saliva, a preparatory whisper from the body signaling the feast to come. Once food enters the system, digestion begins the work of dismantling complex structures into basic units that the cells can embrace. Proteins are broken into amino acids, carbohydrates into simple sugars, and fats into fatty acids and glycerol through two concurrent paths. Mechanical digestion begins with a rhythmic act of chewing and continues with the churning of the stomach, physically breaking food into smaller particles. Chemical digestion relies on enzymes, those biological catalysts that start their work in the mouth and continue through the intestines with a specialized arsenal of chemical tools. This alimentary canal is supported by accessory organs like the liver, which produces bile to emulsify fats, and the gallbladder, which stores this golden fluid until it is needed. Food is propelled through your body by the gentle, rhythmic contractions of smooth muscle. But it is only when nutrients cross the intestinal wall that they are truly inside you. In the small intestine, the miracle of absorption takes place as nutrients enter the bloodstream to be carried to every corner of your being. In the large intestine, the body reabsorbs water and minerals, compacting what remains into waste for elimination. Moving in harmony with this system is the muscular system, the biological engine that powers every motion of the human form. Derived from the mesodome during development, muscle tissue is born to contract, generating the force that moves your limbs or squeezes the intestines in the quiet pulse of peristalsis. Much of this activity occurs far beneath your conscious awareness, allowing you to breathe and digest without a single thought. Yet voluntary muscles grant you the grace of a bicep flex or the precision of typing. Muscles are made of individual fibers, and within these fibers lie the sarcomeres, the true workhorses of motion, where actin and myosin filaments slide past one another in a microscopic dance. Each cell is wrapped in a layer of endomysium, bundled into fascicles, and finally grouped into the complete muscle surrounded by the epimysium. Scattered throughout are sensory spindles that report back to the nervous system, providing constant feedback on the stretch and position of your body. There are about 640 skeletal muscles in the human body, and when you exercise, these cells do not increase in number, but rather grow larger in a process called hypertrophy. Whether it is the smooth muscle in your skin, making your hair stand on end, or the cardiac muscle of the heart pumping without a reminder, all rely on that same fundamental sliding mechanism. Skeletal muscle contractions begin with a nerve signal and the release of acetylcholine, generating a pulse of energy along the membrane. This work consumes a great deal of energy, which the muscles store locally as glycogen, ready to be broken into glucose when the demand for motion increases. Smooth muscle, the involuntary spindle-shaped cells, lines the walls of your internal organs, from the stomach to the blood vessels, operating without the stripes of its cousins. Cardiac muscle is also involuntary, but possesses the striated appearance of skeletal muscle, found only in the heart to keep the rhythm of life steady. Skeletal muscle is what moves your frame, attached to bones by tendons to support your posture and locomotion. These muscles also help maintain your body temperature and protect your internal organs while aiding the circulation of blood and lymph. In the end, these striated patterns of actin and myosin are the silent architects of your strength, allowing you to move through the world with purpose and ease. Smooth muscle, in contrast, lacks this organized arrangement and thus the striped appearance of its cousins. It is built not for the quick and powerful bursts of activity seen in your limbs or heart, but for the quiet strength of endurance. It can sustain prolonged or even continuous contractions with a remarkable and silent efficiency. Skeletal muscle itself comes in a variety of forms, each optimized for a different kind of labor. There are the red, slow-twitch fibers, densely packed with capillaries and mitochondria, which allow you to maintain your posture or run for miles through the soft morning light. Then there are the fast-twitch fibers, which offer quick response times and powerful force. Type 2A fibers are a graceful middle ground, using oxygen to sustain activity longer while still responding with speed. Type 2X fibers sacrifice endurance for raw power, allowing for short and intense efforts, though they tire as quickly as they begin. In the world of small animals like rodents, there are also the white glycolytic fibers, though these remain a rarity within the human frame. Most skeletal muscle movements are the result of conscious thought, traveling from the brain down the nerves to the waiting motor neurons. Yet, reflexes bypass the brain entirely, being coordinated through the spinal cord to provide a swift and automatic reaction to the unexpected. The skeletal system serves as the foundational framework of your being, acting as a reservoir for calcium and a bustling factory for the creation of blood. An adult human possesses 206 bones of various shapes, from the long bones like the femur to the cube-like short bones and the thin, curved flat bones of the skull. A typical long bone features a central shaft called the diaphysis, which houses the marrow within its hollow heart. On either end, the epiphysis is formed of spongy bone and covered with a smooth cartilage to allow for the graceful movement of your joints. Between these parts lies the epiphyseal line, a quiet vestige of the growth you experienced in your younger years. Bone tissue is organized into structural units known as osteins, which are aligned with the direction of force to give you impressive strength. Within these units, mature bone cells called osteocytes reside in tiny spaces, connected by a network of channels that carry nutrients and signals through the hard matrix. Your bones are constantly being remodeled by a dedicated team of cells. Osteoblasts act as the builders, secreting the soft matrix that later hardens into bone, while osteoclasts serve as the demolition crew, releasing minerals back into the bloodstream when the body needs them elsewhere. In the center of your bones lies the marrow, which changes from the red blood-producing cells of childhood to the yellow fat cells of maturity. The skeleton is divided into the axial core, which protects your brain and heart, and the appendicular limbs, which grant you the gift of mobility. Enveloping all of this is the integumentary system, composed of your skin, hair, and nails. Your skin acts as a silent barrier, retaining your precious fluids while protecting you from the world outside. Beneath the surface, subcutaneous tissue connects your skin to the deeper muscles, creating a stable and integrated whole. Hair provides its own small comforts, offering insulation to the scalp, keeping dust from the eyes with delicate lashes, and filtering the very air you breathe through the nose. Your nails serve as a delicate armor, protecting the sensitive tips of your fingers and toes from the mechanical world, while their firm presence assists you in the quiet handling of small objects. Within this expansive system, 4 types of exocrine glands perform their specialized duties. The sudoriferous glands release sweat to help regulate your body temperature, while the sebaceous glands produce a soft oil that waterproofs your skin and inhibits the growth of unwanted bacteria. Deep within the ear, ceruminous glands produce wax to maintain the pliability of the canal, and the mammary glands stand ready to provide the first nourishment of life. Your skin is a masterpiece of multitasking, shielding your inner organs, providing thermal insulation, and even synthesizing the vital vitamins D and B as you move through the light. Within your skin, melanocytes produce melanin to absorb ultraviolet radiation, acting as a natural guardian against the sun's reach. These cells also carry enzymes that repair the invisible damage to your DNA, a protection so vital that its absence would leave you vulnerable to the swifter paths of skin cancer. Though human pigmentation varies beautifully across our world, it is simply a reflection of this protective biology. When your skin is wounded, it heals through the formation of a scar, a quiet reminder of its ability to repair and renew itself, covering nearly 2 square meters and making up 15% of your body mass. The skin is truly your largest organ, holding hundreds of sweat glands and over 1,000 nerve endings in every single square inch. Structurally, your skin is composed of the epidermis and dermis, supported by the soft cushion of the hypotome. The epidermis, the outermost veil, lacks its own blood vessels and instead draws nourishment from the depths below. It is arranged in 5 distinct layers, from the basal layer where new cells are born through mitosis, to the stratum corneum, where they eventually fade and are shed away. This journey of keratinization takes about 30 days, creating a vital barrier that keeps your internal waters in and the harmful agents of the world out. Beneath this layer, the dermis houses the functional machinery of life, where blood vessels, hair follicles, and smooth muscles reside in a matrix of collagen and elastin. Attached to each hair is a tiny erector pili muscle that contracts when you feel the chill of the air or the spark of stress, creating the familiar texture of goosebumps. Within this layer, fibroblasts craft the connective tissue, while macrophages stand guard against invaders and sebaceous glands keep your skin moisturized and waterproof. The dermis is divided into a delicate papillary layer, which creates the unique ridges of your fingerprints, and a robust reticular layer that anchors everything in place. Below these sits the hypodermis, a soft armor of adipose tissue that holds most of your body's fat, providing the insulation and cushioning that protects your bones and muscles. The hair that graces your body comes in 3 different forms, from the fine lanugo of a fetus to the soft vellus hair of childhood and the thick, pigmented terminal hair of the scalp and face. Your fingernails, crafted from translucent keratin, not only protect your tips, but also enhance your sense of touch by providing a counterforce when you press against the world. Each nail is born from the germinal matrix beneath the skin, growing over the vascular nail bed, which lends the nail its healthy, pinkish hue. The cuticle acts as a waterproof seal, while the hyponychium forms a final barrier under the free edge, ensuring that your fingertips remain sensitive and safe tools for life. Sweat glands exist in 2 quiet forms, each with its own purpose in the rhythm of your day. The endocrine glands are scattered across your entire being, but they gather in great numbers on your palms, your soles, and your forehead. Their sacred duty is to regulate the heat of your inner fire by producing a clear sweat, mostly water and salt, that travels through coiled tubes to the surface. These glands are governed by the hypothalamus, that ancient part of the brain that listens to the whispers of your skin and adjusts your cooling with a master's touch. This liquid contains traces of fatty acids and urea, and those who have lived long in the warmth of the sun often have lower concentrations of salt, as their bodies have learned to conserve. Then there are the apocrine glands, which awaken with the arrival of puberty, usually around the age of 15. Found mostly in the armpits and near the heart of your being, these glands produce a thicker secretion that contains fatty substances, while the fluid itself is as odorless as a summer breeze. The bacteria on your skin transform it into the familiar scent of the body. These glands do not respond to the heat of the sun, but rather to the tides of emotional stress, acting more like silent scent markers than cooling mechanisms. The sebaceous glands are present across almost all your skin, save for the palms and the soles, secreting an oily treasure known as sebum. In most places, these glands are joined with hair follicles to form a unit that delivers oil to the surface via the hair shaft itself. In the hairless regions like the lips and eyelids, they release their oil directly, ensuring that your skin remains lubricated, waterproofed, and guarded against microbial invasion. Sebum is a complex blend of triglycerides and waxes, and while it is odorless when fresh, it can change its scent as it lingers. You see its presence in the weight of unwashed hair, or the soft residue in the corners of your eyes after a long night of dreaming. These oil-producing glands are stimulated by the hormones of maturity, which is why the glow of adolescence is often accompanied by the flourish of acne. Excessive activity here can lead to the formation of cysts, yet the same glands once protected you in the womb by creating the vernix cassosa, that waxy white coating that cradled your developing skin. In the ear canal, the ceruminous glands produce the yellowish wax known as cerumen, a protective material that traps the dust of the world and wards off insects and fungi. This wax comes in 2 genetic forms, the honey brown wet type and the gray flaky dry type. a tiny difference in our code that anthropologists use to trace the ancient migrations of our ancestors across the earth. The cleaning of your ear is a self-sustaining miracle, a conveyor belt migration of cells that moves outward at the same slow pace as your fingernails grow. As you move your jaw to speak or eat, you help dislodge the debris, allowing the wax to carry it away toward the opening. This cerumen is a natural barrier. Its mild acidity and enzymes like lysozyme, reducing the life of bacteria by nearly 99%. It prevents the dryness and itching of the canal, ensuring that your hearing remains as clear and peaceful as a quiet forest. Finally, we find the mammary glands, those specialized wonders of the female form designed for the production of milk. They represent the ultimate gift of the integumentary system, transforming the body's resources into the very first nourishment of a new life. These are the enlarged and modified sweat glands, a fitting evolution, since they are the very feature from which all mammals take their sacred name. Each mammary gland is composed of alveoli, those small and hollow structures lined with epithelial cells that whisper the secret of milk production. These delicate sacs are surrounded by contractile cells that act like a gentle embrace, pushing the milk through a series of ducts that open at the nipple. Within each breast, the alveoli gather into lobules, draining their contents into lactiferous ducts and small reservoirs known as sinuses, where the nourishment collects until it is summoned by the pressure of a suckling infant. In the human form, we typically carry two complex glands, each one a magnificent assembly of 10 to 20 simple glands working in unison. Kanda poil de mintuan, kuathorn tura basim maseril domayat. And very one is first to share kasirer 10 simple glands working in unison. Patiently, the tapestry of biology creates extra nipples or additional glands, quiet and benign anomalies that remind us of the variety within our species. The development of these glands is a journey driven entirely by the language of hormones, remaining as small, rudimentary structures until the dawn of puberty arrives. While estrogen leads these glands to blossom in females, testosterone quietly suppresses their growth in males, leaving only the simple ducts of infancy behind. True development begins in earnest during the transition to adulthood, as ovarian hormones encourage the branching of ducts and the flowering of alveoli. During the sacred time of pregnancy, estrogen and progesterone cause these structures to expand even further, increasing the soft adipose tissue and drawing a richer flow of blood to the region. In the final days of pregnancy and the quiet moments after birth, the glands secrete colostrum, a thick and nutrient-rich fluid that serves as the first gift of life. Full lactation begins only a few days after the journey of birth is complete. As progesterone levels fall away, and prolactin takes over the lead of this biological orchestra, the very act of nursing stimulates the release of oxytocin, which causes the surrounding cells to contract and gently squeeze the milk out to meet its eager recipient. It is a cycle of giving and receiving, a perfect conclusion to the story of how our systems coordinate to sustain the next generation. You have traveled through the vast and intricate landscape of your own body, from the firing of a single neuron to the rhythmic beat of your heart and the protective veil of your skin. Every cell and every system is working in a silent, beautiful alliance to keep you whole, balanced, and at peace. As you listen to these words, let the weight of your body sink deeper into the softness beneath you, knowing that you are a masterpiece of biological choreography. Your breathing is steady, your heart is calm, and your mind is now ready to drift into the quiet embrace of rest. As we reach the end of this profound journey through your inner world, remember that every intricate system we have explored exists in a silent, devoted alliance to keep you whole, Now is the time to let your mind drift into the softness of these truths, allowing the weight of your being to settle into a deep and sacred rest. All these rhythms, from the microscopic whispers of your neurons to the steady pulse of your heart, are slowing down in perfect harmony for your slumber. You can now release the tension in your skin, that protective veil that has guarded you all day, and let your bones feel heavy and supported by the earth beneath you. Here at the Sleepy Club, we have rediscovered the magnificent universe that resides within you, a masterpiece of coordination that requires nothing more from you tonight than to simply be. The rivers of your circulation are growing calm, the lights of your nervous system are dimming one by one, and every cell is embracing the stillness of the night. Your breath now rests in the deepest sanctuaries of your lungs, moving with the effortless ease of a quiet tide. Your heart beats in its most peaceful tempo, a rhythmic lullaby preparing you for the brand new beginning that awaits at dawn. Trust in the perfection of this biological dance and surrender yourself to the safe, dark waters of sleep. Your eyelids are heavy with the comfort of knowledge, and your last thoughts are fading like distant stars. Sleep well, dream peacefully, our dear family at the Sleepy Club.